Okay. Checking the audio. Sounds good. I better send out the notifications. Final updates for the transforms, then batch texture plot. And announce on Twitch as well, I guess. Not really a Twitch user. Not really a. I don't know. I've said before. I've said again. I don't really consider myself to be a content creator. So I consider myself to be a programmer who happens to stream it. Okay. So with all that out of the way, should be good to go. Yeah. So welcome to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. I am the discourager of hesitancy. We got a good start yesterday on fixing up my screen space issues and the Affine transforms, however you say that. I should look that up so I can stop guessing. We're gonna go to Wikipedia. Sometimes they have an audio clip. They don't. How to pronounce Affine, huh? Affine. Okay. Well, now we've been educated. We've learned something. Our job here today is done. Today we're working on Affine transforms. We got most of that done last time. We will be wrapping that up. We just ran out of time yesterday. Mostly just bookkeeping type of things. So that should go pretty quick, half hour, maybe an hour of fairly, not mindless, but it's the more tedious side of programming. Then we'll start something new. We'll start working on the batch texture quads. We'll talk about that when we get there. So if everybody is ready to go, I've already updated the tasks and the to-do a bit. Gameplay, add doodads, special for holidays. Okay, that was a thought I'd had. So we're sort of halfway done with contains. We're sort of halfway done with this one. So we'll tackle both of those, get them wrapped up. Again, this is not rocket science type of tasks, so it should go pretty quick. Let's see here, Alice, Maeve, Alice, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. I'm good. I'm good. Just getting started. So while everybody gets their beverage of choice going, myself included, get your fresh cold spring water, get your coffee, your tea, your energy drink, your whiskey, or whatever it is you do when you code. And we'll get started here shortly. I go with a yerba mate personally, but you do you. So it's a loose leaf. It's basically a ground up bush. You pour it into your cup, and there's like a mini ritual that you do. In this loose leaf stuff, there's a lot of powder, and if you drink too much of that powder, it's awkward. It's not great, uncomfortable potentially. And then it also just comes up the straw. So the straw is this. It's called a bombisha, which literally just means straw. And at the bottom here, you can see that there's a lot of little holes in the spoon area, and that filters out the loose leaf stuff. So if you tap the side while the mix is dry, most of the dust will settle to the bottom. Then you tip it on its side, and you give it a couple of taps, and it moves all the mate to one side of the cup. Then you pour the water into the place where the mate is off the side of the cup, and that helps lock the powder where it fell at the bottom. Then you add it slowly so that you don't stir up the sediment. Then you push your bombisha into the bottom where you had that opening, and you're just about ready to go. Okay, let me tell my kids to be quiet just a moment. Okay. Beverage is ready. Start up the gum. So I've had this mini thought about the rituals we do when we do programming. I haven't thought it through all the way, but one never. You end up doing the same things over and over without much reason necessarily. Okay, something we have is classes which will return a rectangle. I actually don't like these rectangles that I have to return. As a rectangle represents the area in which it operates before you add the affine transformations, right? Is that what we decided that was said at? Yes, affine. Perfect. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look real quick. I'm just trying to remove all of these. I don't think anybody's actually using them. So journal's ready to go. So we're going to go into int spin box. We're just going to comment it out and run compile and see what happens. I don't think anybody was using it. Text. Oh, jeez. Okay, well. We're going to ignore text for now. So this one. Okay, we'll come back to those. So nothing, are we going to come back to those? I don't think we can. We have to pass in the rectangle, because this is a nice little helper function we made for ourselves, which takes rectangle and 2 string coordinates. While we're doing that, we'll go to, okay. Again, this is somewhat convoluted. What's the other one? Text, multicolor text. Int spin box. Does rectangle. There we go. Rectangle. All we want is for this to compile. Settings. Well, we can do this. Oop. Instead of calling right, we can just call our x plus the width, which is spin box width. That's the same thing. Okay. So that should fix that. Let me find reference for text contains. How to remove that one? We may replace it with something else later. Okay. Instead of commenting this out, we can remove it. Next, we're going to comment that out. I think we actually use this a bit in the game scene. So that's going to be a complaint. Okay. Rectangle, we kind of need it. Shoot. I think we just do that. Huh. Int banner x. Let's just see how much we got cleaned up here. Here's more. Lots more. The height. Are we using that height? What are we using that height for? I1 minus I2. Because this rectangle has nothing to do with the actual real world size. We can scale it, and that would not affect the rectangle. So that's unfortunate. Dum, dum, dum. So I'm going to be able to get rid of that right there. Do I, though? Leave this one for now. Let's come back to it. What is this R? Probably here. X, Y, and height. X, Y, and height. Again. What I can see, only this one uses it. When we could go with XX equals X Y. Oops, that's not Y. Y. That's gonna fix one, two, three, four. Oh, we do need the rectangle X outside of this. That'll leave R dot Y. X. 1, 2, 3, 4. There, this one. X. So only R dot H should be a problem. see if that's cleaned anything up. Long, slow, iterative process. Okay, so we know that one's no good. That means parentheses. Here's the r.h we already know about. Next one, banner text. Rectangle. X. That's it. That's all we needed. Banner X. There, done. Let's see what else we got. Slowly grind our way through. Another one of these height ones. Oh, it's the same height one. Which we already knew about. We already skipped it. We decided. This one is R.H. This one. Okay, we do need some widths and heights there. I have some options we can go with. We're just gonna go through cleaning stuff up somewhere. Yeah, this whole section needs widths and heights. Does not take into account transforms at all, so not real happy with the way this is going. Oh, okay. Well, we still got to do the cleanup anyways. The win. Easy. Okay, rectangle right. We can't do. If I have an affine transformation, do things like width and height need to be in that? Because my main concern is what's my main concern? Scale is going to change the size of the rectangle. just need to put all that into Affine. I might have to. Where does width and height of an element belong? Are there I think you have to. Alright, fine. Double width. Height. Except everything that inherits from Affine will have to because size becomes a question of scale as well as the initial raw size. So if you set a thing to 100 pixels by 100 pixels, and then you scale it by 2, its width will be 200 pixels by 200 pixels. But then what if you then change the scale again to, you know, instead of just double scale, now it's double that scale again, so it's 4. So now I have the width and height I set originally, and the scale factor. Or do I always report that rectangle? So anytime I set scale, I have to compensate this. I have to update the size. Uh, While Affine can do anything it wants with the x, y correctly, the width and the height definitely come from the object that's inheriting Affine. Okay. Here's the trick. M underscore rect. I'm pretty sure it's just W and H. W equals something. Height also has to equal something. Scale by is actually much easier. Width, height. Easy. This one, not so much. We have our current scale, we have our new scale, and we have to update the width and the height based on that before we set the update. So if our current scale is 1, and our new scale is 2, we want to double it. So width times equals scale x over underscore scale x. So the new scale divided by the old scale. Which now raise, oh no. Keep it that way. And this almost gets rid of the R, except that we are reapplying a width and a height. Do I need two rectangles? One for untransformed rectangle, transformed rectangle? These are the things that I don't like discovering. And there becomes ambiguities. Um, Basically means I always have to be aware of whether I'm dealing with the raw or the transformed version, and be careful to use the right one at the right time. Which I kind of don't like. So far, everything I've dealt with has a similar issue, so raw rectangle, transform rectangle. How often do I care about the untransformed rectangle, other than when I apply the new transformations to it? Who sets the raw rectangle? Ownership. Ownership is a nightmare sometimes. So when I ask Affine transformations, what's your rectangle? The width and the height will be scaled. The x and y will be offset. So that's this one. But if I've applied transformations and then I say set rectangle, does it apply the as though it were transformed in terms of width and height x, y? Or is it the raw rectangle? Which what? Who sets the raw rectangle? does it take into account the world transform or the local transform? Another thing I want to do is call this local transform, which means that everywhere we're using it is going to break. We set size, it takes into account both of these. Move to, moves the transformed rectangle. Most of the time we're talking here, and underscore rectangle is the transformed rectangle. Okay. Now this one, scale to and scale by should affect those. Although equals the raw rectangle dot width times underscore scale x. If does rectangle contain screen point, then you can use m underscore raw rectangle. It's the untransformed one. That's why we have to keep the raw one around. Set size. Scales 2 is half. Okay. So for the size, we'll set the current observable width height, which means we also have a set rectangle. All that has to do. Move to and Set size. That should give us everything we want. Which means everything we have that uses a rectangle that inherits from Affine no longer needs one. And I think that's as clean as we can get the bookkeeping around the rectangles. Means we've broken even more stuff. And that's fine. Yeah, we've broken a ton. Okay. Well, let's get fixing it then. We're now managing our own rectangle. You. Its own issues. Ugh. Raw rectangle. Raw rectangle. Nope. Transformed rectangle. So those have applied the. Those are the values. Good. Okay. Fine. So. Okay. Yeah. Being seen is going to be a problem. Ugh. This is the grind. R1. Okay. Going back to this and this. You don't want to remove these. We'd rather do R1, R2, 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 R1, R1, R1 middle, and X. Okay. It does mean that everything that inherits from Affine, we're going to have to update. But we're going to get some fun little options out once this refactor is done. Undefined reference to things. Yep. Local. Okay. Is that really complete? It did not. Good. Didn't think I had. Set rectangle. Move to set size. Therefore, oh, okay, easy enough. Over. Make a couple changes here. Put it down here. We call it set affine rect. This does not necessarily affect anything else about the child. It's up to the child to do what it needs to do, and we're not going to do a virtual override thing here, which means more things are going to be broken. If we resize any other that's going to blow up some other things. Okay, so if the width or the height changes, we mark it as dirty, and either way we set the affine world. I think that's the correct way to do it. Only the width and the height will cause me to relay out my vertex buffer. Okay. Correct. Rectangle. Oh dear. This is our raw rectangle though. So if we go to, we need a helper function in here. Come on, let's rectangle and raw rect. Raw rectangle. I like the way this is cleaning up mostly. Set quad rectangle will be the raw rectangle. So a lot of the times at the game level editing, we care about the size and position of the rectangle in its totality, including the scale and the offset. But when we're doing screen space things, we need to apply a transform and then check against the raw untransformed rectangle. So we do have to distinguish between those two. Like this does contain screen point. That should use the raw, untransformed, unmoved, unscaled rectangle for its check after it's cast X and Y into that local space. There's a lot of things going to be broken after this refactor. Okay, X. All right, text edit. This is going to look what? So if the width and the height have changed, then we mark our buffer as dirty because if you're like centered, we have to know what the rectangle size is. after all of that, go to button, fill that line there. Don't mark it dirty. Where is it marked dirty? Like that at all, actually. Because we always apply it. Oh, text edit doesn't need any tracking of dirty. It allows the child elements to keep track of that. Okay. Okay. One piece at a time. We'll want to do eventually. Is maintain a world transform and only change it when needed. And then have parents signal that to their children when the world transform has become dirty. Set dirty flag for that. Okay. Just not computing world transforms all the time. Only when something changes. Okay. So grinding mode, not the most exciting code. Not the most exciting code to write, not the most exciting code to watch. But when we are done with this, we're going to be very glad that we did. Which unfortunately is the code that nobody wants to do. So projects keep building up their technical debt. A lot of times that's what it's called. I didn't feel like working on this, so we're just calling it technical debt. And if we get this right, it can enable some cool things. Multicolored text rectangle is not being defined. That's odd. Full clean and debuild and build. Yeah, this is taking longer than I thought. I thought it would be a half hour, maybe an hour to do all the refactoring, but I've since moved other things around as well. The rectangle is now being owned by the Affine transform instead of just a point. But we will be happy when it's done. Oh, more and more things are passing. Now, none of these are going to render right, because everywhere we set rectangle, is not really doing the right thing yet. Which we can replace this rep, not check, rerun this rep. Affine has definition for it, and that's perfect. Text does, but we can remove it. Because that is now being handled by Affine. However, we still have to deal with the set Rect. That's where a lot of our work will be. Okay, so in journal, we need to add ourselves a note. Call that one done. Contains. Well, we can't call that done. Everywhere that calls set rectangle, we need to make sure it uses the new Affine versions. And we don't want anything to define a rectangle except Rect, image or Rect. We want to get rid of these rectangles here. So, int spin box. Multicolored text. Text squad. Text. Text edit. Okay, we want to make sure that the only thing that returns that has this is Affine. Good. Now, this one, let's run it again. Okay, so we're going to start with the button, which I'm 99% sure we did run already. Set rectangle. If the width of the height's changed, then we have to relay out our vertex buffer. Either way, we set the Affine rectangle, which I'm pretty sure already checks for all of the dirty flags as far as that's concerned. Move to set Affine size. Oh, that's interesting. I have to mark my transform as dirty. If W is not equal to the raw, no, not equal to the transformed rectangle dot width, or H not equal to underscore transform the rectangle dot H. Only if the size is actually changed do we mark anything. But that does not change the transform. Only if we do things like set scale, right? Then it's marked as dirty. Move to already does it right. Okay. Okay. So button looks fine. Color quad. We set a rectangle. We set our corners. Oh, yeah. And we set the Affine Rect. I think that's it. This set corners, though, oof. If the quad is dirty, its move to is what needs to change. We need to compute the actual width. Ugh. If the quad is dirty, int min x equals 0. If x1 is less than x min x. Now let's swap these. That didn't work well. Greater than x1, then min x equals x1. 2, 3. 2, 3. In with max. I'm gonna do the same thing for y's. X for y, 1, 2, through here. Then we can call set affine rectangle at x naught, y naught. Oh, may. Why is that? Oh, okay. A to max. Thank you. I am a little slow sometimes. Again, trigger happy. Max x minus min x max y minus min y. Boom. Okay. This one calls set corners. So it's already done. This is more work than what we have above, but it's fine. Okay. Is the quad dirty? Okay, it's spinbox. Set rectangle. So just do that. If but rect dot width not equal to r dot width, or rect dot height not equal to r dot height. Just a moment. Okay. We don't have to do that. We don't have to do that. R I think that's it. So, if the rectangle causes a width or height change, then we update our layout of our text element, our button up and our button down to be with respect to this new rectangle, and then we set the affine transformation to account for this new rectangle. Yes. Okay, so that's that one. Multicolor. Set rectangle. This is going to be very similar to this. Except that it's position dirty, because when we're rendering text, there's a number of things that can become dirty. This rectangle only changes positional stuff. Doesn't actually change the text or the glyphs. Okay. Text quad. So again, this is more like this button rect. Only if the width and height have changed. We don't have to move to, we don't have to do that. Much simpler, very good. Text. Set rectangle. This is going to look exactly like the multicolored text version. Here. Yes. Lastly, text. Edit. Okay. This is most like the int spinbox version. They both have child elements. This one has a rectangle and a text renderer bit. So again, only if the size matters do we layout. We compute our new sizes with respect to our new rectangle. I think that's it. Oh, see how bad we're doing. All the fun refactors. Raw rectangle. Raw rectangle. Okay, very nice. Colored font is gonna have a similar issue. Oh. Gonna get an overhaul. So here, alignment adjustments. Raw rectangle, I think. Gosh, I hope this is right. Yep. Vertex needs a similar treatment. Raw rectangle. Right. Spin box. Okay. We're gonna run it. Oh my gosh. It doesn't look horrible. Back. Play. Okay. Some issues, but I've seen worse. Actually, this is not the worst I've seen. I thought it would have been a lot worse. Big refactor like that. Still keep this much functionality. I'm gonna call that a win. I don't know why I typed flogs. Habit, I guess. EMNA. Oh, not B. Interesting. Why is it? And of course, because of my layout, and it's only the letter-based stuff here. That's a shockingly good layout right there. Even this one is working. Quitter, the answer was meanie. Okay. Back. Settings. Not bad. Oh, crash. Why did it crash? Is that only when we pop out of the settings? Okay. Line 66. Oh dear. One of these was destructed. Get backtrace? What's going on here? Process mouse, move events, blah blah blah. Does this button contain get the world transform of something? Pointers here. Okay, well, we're gonna have to track that down. Oh, so close. We ground out almost all of the refactoring we needed to do, except that the game scene, there were some layout issues. Do layout. Top labels weren't quite working. We basically have the title which, yeah, let's bring it up. Okay. So the level label looks fine. The total guesses label X, Y, text width, support height. Y was incremented here by title height. So the fact that this time is not down below makes me sad. Are these alphabet letters upside down? Is that a V and a B? No, they're not upside down. They're okay. Did move the Y down. Y plus equals title height. Guess is all we're coming in. Okay, current guess looked fine. Letters. Y. Set rectangle. To set size. They're literally vertically laid out perfectly. It's the they're laid out correctly horizontally. It's the vertical that's off. Move to. Goes up, and that's going to drop down into the exact same spot. Oh, and the texture quad also did not come in the right place. Oh, interesting. But all of these did. Oh, now they're not. What did I change? I don't like that. I think it's moving to 0 somehow. Um, huh. Let's do a full clean. For a clean build, I think. Okay, that is a fully clean build. Huh. Well, that's huh. Okay. All this was working for until we decided to refactor almost everything. Let's go real quick into I would like to look at everything that says contains and just make sure that those are all up to speed before I forget. Button dot contains. Okay, that looks reasonable. Color quad. We get the point. Then we'd use the dot product method. Check inside triangles. That's good. Int spin box. Yep. Multicolor text. Yep. Sure. Okay, and text edit. That better contain just the one liner. Yes, it does. Okay. So I'm happy with all that. So now we have to do is figure out what I've done to the y coordinates of some things sometimes. Best way to know. And boom. They drop all the way where they're supposed to go, and then pop up to 0. What if we get multiple warnings going? So the banner doesn't have a problem with its first animation. Only books and these letters. So I think everything's working except even the initial position is probably working. If we go to because the animation looks right. They drop onto the blackboard and then they snap to the 0. So I think somewhere in the animation setup. When we start a next level. Okay, so what happens? We say, don't allow the user to do any deducing. Start playing sound, we immediately set the state and color for all the letters. Okay, so here's one thing we can test. Let's run it. Oh, I can't though, because settings for some reason is blowing up. So we can go to settings, turn animations off. Oh, now it's working. Unbelievable. Okay, well, animations are off. We play. Wow, that's an interesting word. Okay. Things work. Cheat. And everything's positioned correctly. So the positions are correct. It's just in the setup of the animations where it blows up, which I think we can fix. It's just in the animations for the new level. Everything else works fine. So we're gonna update a whole bunch of stuff. Oh. Okay, so that's in that immediate action. Whereupon we start an animation. Delta value equals delta value. That does not look very useful at all. We're in our animations, we're messing it up, but we are super close. All of that just kind of worked. Yeah, okay. Oh, we're gonna go back. Settings. Animations on. Huh. Move by. Break move by. Dx. Dy. Okay, there's two possibilities here. Not just the next level. This finished level does something weird to the books as well. This is what moves them all up. We're going from 0 to frame height in increments that'll be computed by delta value using a bounce out. It's going to take us 1 second. It has to be something wrong with move by in our transform. delta value rect.x rect.y of m underscore level label. This is going to print a lot of junk to console, but we're going to turn on vsync, so it's only up to about 60 messages, so we don't get flooded. Okay. Settings, vsync on, play. What? What? Huh. This is not the same behavior I saw before, just by adding a log statement. The level label was too low. Rising, falling, rising, falling, rising, falling. Why 56? 56. Pretty sure that's not where that's supposed to start. Top label. Y. Margin. 20 pixels. Should be 20. Why is it 56? Good. Everything is off by like a 1 letter height. That could have been introduced by myself. LUR, so LRU. Contradiction. And that's messed up more. And more. And more. Settings vsync off. Yeah. Now it's not causing any issues. Oh, interesting. So if we turn vsync off, it slams everything to the top. Not if vsync is on. Okay. Let's go back to settings, vsync on. We're gonna pick some letters. These are not getting misaligned any which way. Animation's off. This is perfect. Everything's laid out just like you didn't want. Except, yeah, it's the animation. Something about the animations is off. The layout is fine. Let's see what we got. This is actually inside of the journal. Zero width height. Transform x, y, width times scale x. Height times scale y. Doesn't affect child classes. Dirty flags. Contains updated across the board. Things look good, except for the level transition animations. We're gonna say we're working here. This is not bad. Good. Major refactor or more. Regain updates. Everything working except level change animation. I'm gonna put the game scene. Let's take a look at what changed in here. The banner rectangle not just reaching the X. That's fine. Give ourselves some, I guess. Here, yeah, we just removed some braces. Nothing interesting there. That line does nothing, so that's good. We moved these three up. Otherwise, no change. We deleted a blank line. Instead of R, it's text rectangle. So that's at line 963. Right here, 966. Okay. The changes show up lower down here. Text rectangle, etc., etc. Let's see here. X, Y minus height. X, Y minus height. X, Y. Doesn't look any different to me. Set weight based on the text rectangle position. See, that looks like it should have changed anything. Show banner, which is actually working fine. So it changed. In here. Any questions? On update is fine. I don't see any issues there. Next level. That's fine. We just remove braces. Next level. All we did is remove that useless line that does nothing. Moved these 3 lines up to here. Yes, submitted, deleted a blank line, I don't care. Set letter state alphabet animation. Doesn't matter, that's fine. Literally has to be something in in here. We do the top labels, junction spaces. 526. Oh, these ones. Only animate coming in, not flying off. Interesting. This is me moving everything up. Did I? Is that my problem? Did I copy paste something on accident? I hope it's that simple. That would be nice. Let's go back. Settings. Animations on, VSync off, play. Well, that's not great either, is it? Oh. Yeah. Not great. So if level is 0, we start with it off the screen. So this is necessary to start above level of the screen. This is just first level, start with everything above the screen. Animation to drop. That lure just moves everything up there. Here, this one. Which we can actually compress this. If it's equal to 0, we do this. And then the animation will always be a drop animation. So need an else. It's like the what if we just did linear? Wait 1 second of just everything descending in a straight, consistent velocity. Huh. Do layout. Then we, yep. We do this order, and it shouldn't matter. Zero to frame height. I mean, there's no way that frame height is not what I think it is, right? That's it, dude. Hey, Brian. Welcome aboard, stranger. How's it going? Tudo bem? Tudo bem. Beleza. Oh, must have been out working hard, getting ready for exams or something. I haven't seen you in my chat for a couple of days. Maybe you were partying. Wouldn't blame you. Or is it another holiday? Were you on holiday? Taking a vacation? I wish there was a holiday. I haven't had a holiday since, well, I don't know, 2, 3 weeks. I need to change that as well. See, that's just garbage. Initialize the components. Do our layout. And the next level. Does all this. Raise by some amount. Drop it by the same amount. Zero to frame height. Oh, well, that's interesting. No, not move by. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So how did this ever work? Okay, so I think we got lucky before. What is this game of the icons? Oh, yes. It is not a... Okay, haha. Okay. So here's what we did while you were out. We knew that we could make things move up and down, and that was great, but our rotations and our scales were all wrong. So what we did on Monday was we fixed that. So now you get what you see, where they'll rotate about their center or scale about their center, and the translate still works, and they position where you tell them to. This is the about scene, which I use as my sandbox. So when I'm coding something, I'll throw things in here. So we made a whole bunch of changes, refactored a bunch of junk, So it all uses this new transformation nonsense. Because in the end, it is better. This just an animation test. Yeah, nope, it's not in the game. It's just my own personal workspace for testing until we put something in the about scene. Okay, so this move by is wrong. I don't want this delta value to be that. That's not actually how this works. From 0 to frame height. This delta value is going to accumulate over a much larger range than I thought. Nice. Yeah, in fact, we're past the point of testing that, so we should, in our application, not load the about scene first. We're through with testing at that level. We're just trying to figure out this one animation. This one animation is not working, and it's the problem. It's not a. It can't be a move by. So I'm gonna think about this for a second while I go grab a snack. Snack time. Nope, I'm pretty sure now that I'm remembering that set range. Set delta range are different. Delta value, we get our next value, and then we, yeah, so delta, this is correct. Shoot. So that's not a problem. Between 0 and frame height, tell me what your step is for this frame, and then we move everything by that amount. Move by things just aren't dropping right. That's not even close to right. Do I have VSync? Don't think that should matter. Is this a full clean? Okay. See, everything drops to the right place. Then it all snaps to 0. Is move by only called by game scene? It is. Nobody else calls it. So if there was ever a problem with it, I would never have known. Let's see here. Level label I at level label dot rect dot y after the move by. That better have the same difference we just did a move to of. Okay. It's going into like all my build directories in place now. Okay, so that's the raise. So then the question is, what's the drop? Oops, wrong button. So we're going to look at the positions before and after we raise it up above the screen, and then before we start dropping and after. See what all the numbers are at the edges. Okay. See, 2 is not 20. Am I accumulating error at that rate? But it should double. This works perfectly. Is this really accumulating 18 pixels worth of drift over 2000 frames using doubles? Mickey Maven, welcome, welcome. How's it going? Let's go back to linear. I'm not even worried about the balance. We have one animation that's broken. After all the refactoring we did. And I don't know why. See, what is this? That is 65. They did not raise negative 748 plus 768 to 20, which is where we started. Start at 20, move it up off the screen, and then we animate coming down this much from here to where we started in theory, which was 20. But this is 65. So where's this error accumulating? Where is this error accumulating? Okay. New thought. What if we don't do it this way? Only time previous value is set is when we start, I guess. take for last p last value previous value equals that. We can do it. I'm going to store current value previous value. Then we apply value next minus current. We can try that. If that's the case, if it's just a double point accumulating error over 2000 frames, double precision floating point, then why did it not show up before now? One. Wow. Okay. That does not appear to be the problem. It's literally only the move by. So if I turn on VSync, we get 60 frames per second, and this animation is 1 second long, which means we get 2000 frames of this computation. Or well, we get 60 when VSync is on. When we turn it off, VSync we get 2,000 frames per second. So more time to accumulate that error, which is what we're seeing. Interpolate our new parameterized t. We apply next find minus previous, and then we assign previous equal to the next value. Move level label y by 0.3f delta value. To when I figure out what this is probably gonna be something really stupid, isn't it? I hate bugs where I feel stupid when I find the answer. Okay, we're gonna go in here. We're going to turn vsync on, so our frames per second goes to 60. Play. See, when we move slower, the error's not nearly as bad. It's still off. And it will compress if we keep doing it. See, now we're at 80, whereas before we were at 43. So what's going on here? We start at negative 748. We move by 52, 13, 11, 13. It's the fractional parts. Again, why did this not show up before now? We've been using this for a long time. Like a couple of weeks. So I think I know what's the matter now. We're taking these floats, we're shoving them into integers on the rectangle. But why would that not show up? Yeah, these are all integer types. Double. This is going to cause us some issues. We're going to have to refactor. Get a lot of complaints. Okay. Do a full clean, change data types. Maybe that's a problem for this. Now, I would expect it to come in short of the target since it's truncation. When we go float to integer, it should truncate the value. Oh, goodness. Probably means there's a lot of stupid casting I did from integer to float in a number of places that I no longer have to do. Hey, Brian, welcome back again. All right, let's see how this runs. Bonk. Okay. Now it's all lined up. So let's get rid of all those log messages. And this one. This and that. Nug. Build it, run it, turn the vsync back off. Setting the vsync off, back, play, funk. Okay, last piece of the puzzle. Instead of linear, we want this. And all those rectangles being floats is going to be nice, I think. In other ways. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, all that seems to be working. That's gone. That's done. 1, 2, 3. So STUMP, go away. RO is in. I is out. N is in. BD, no. Logs. Okay, there's one. Jacks. No. Waxed. Okay, so FGWX. Those are my last pairs of letters. Laws. It's F and W, not G, not X. So round. Everything goes up. Everything comes down. Everything lines up. Good. All right, so I think we're done. Let's go back to the journal. Let's record what we did. Bug level transition animations not ending where expected, which is done. Level transition uses the delta the delta value animation method. This results in small floating point values. Fixing level transitions. Point number 1, point number 2. Rectangle uses integers. Point number 3, the error accumulation between the rectangle ints, truncating the animation floats, accumulated over the animation. Just changed Rect to use doubles. There we go. Add everything. Hit bit. All Affine transform updates refactors are complete. Refactored Rect to use doubles. For animations using move by. Okay, I think that's it. We're done with that. So 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. Out of snacks. What's next? A parent. This is a bigger task than I want to tackle today. So let's put this in the to-do. Tech. Store local world transform for Affine object. Should tell children world transforms are dirty. So we don't have to recompute each, which means that the parent object has to tell its children. So I throw that into our to-do list. We're moving on. Time to do something different. We're tired of transformation stuff. Batch texture quads. We have mostly better texture handling, so that goes away. The plan is multi-problem. So there's multiple aspects of this. So let's go to a scratch buffer. A batch texture quad, multiple quads, and their textures. Oh. So I have a fragment of code somewhere. Where did I do that? Batch X GLSL. So here's the batch X float. Fragment. Okay, so my vertex shader says, here's a vertex position. Here's a color. We can actually ignore that for now. Here's the texture coordinate, so computed from the UV coordinates. Here's the texture index. Here's our MVP. Here's our sampler 2D. No. Texture. We output a color, we output a texture coordinate, and a texture index, which is fed into here. It gets the color from here, gets the texture coordinate from here, gets the texture index from here. So we set the coordinate, we set the index, we have the position, the color comes from our vertex buffer, same with the texture coordinate and the texture index. Okay, so the fragment shader does not need this thing. So this underscore U. So these are what? These are called uniforms. Basically, it's the thing we can set before we run the shader, like it's a parameter we're passing in. Other than the texture buffer, outside of the texture buffer, right? So we send in a 4x4 matrix. We send in a texture sampler 2D. Don't remember. What code does this? Anyway, so we have those things come in. We've got the color we're going to put out. We have this array of texture IDs, basically. View texture. I don't think this is used anywhere. Do I need it? No, I don't. I think I might not need that. It's been a long time since I've looked at this code. So this might just go away. In which case, all the rest of this just looks like a regular texture quad. But this one has an array of textures. If we compare this to assets, shaders, text, F. Okay, so we do have the U texture there. Create that texture there. This one we do not, so I don't think we need this. Oh, this is the fragment shader. This is not the one I want. I want text V. Yeah, I don't think I need it. So let's close that one, this one. So this is going to go away, this line. Otherwise, the same, this stuff is all good. But this is the array of textures. Can I send in the number of textures? That's a good question. Hey, welcome back. I'm not a GLSL expert, so we're gonna have to look this up a little bit. GLSL. GLSL. Set declare array size. You know what? Let's just take a look at the code that uses this. What do I call it? Texture. Nope. Batch. What did I call it? Test batch texture. Test batch color. All right. So we made our positions, our indices. Got our shader. That's not the one I want to look at anyways. Test batch texture, this one. And we set our textures. And we said there are 4 of them. Positions, indices. There's our shaders, etc., etc. We set 3 textures by name. We set our buffer layout. On render, shader bind, we bind our textures. Samplers 3, set 1 IV. So it's set one IV. This is set basically a one-dimensional integer vector is what it means. So let's look up this function. If I show Brave, let's see, it's here somewhere. Show that. And of course, Brave is not showing up. Okay. OBS causing me issues here. Come over here. Show Brave. There it is. There we go. Okay. Chronos knows things. Geo. Uniform one IV GL uniform 1 IV. Oh, good heavens. Can't understand. I'm trying to absorb another thing. Yep, no worries. I'm just gonna stream of consciousness talk through things until somebody has a question. Yes, C specification, blah, 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 description. IUV, modify a single uniform variable or a uniform variable array. These commands pass a count and a pointer to the values to be loaded into a uniform variable or uniform variable array. A count of 1 should be used in modifying the value of a single uniform variable. A count of 1 or greater can be used to modify an entire array or part of an array. When loading n elements, starting an arbitrary position m in a uniform variable array, elements m plus n minus 1 in the array will be replaced with new values, etc., etc. The number specified in the name of the command indicates the number of components for each element and value. Should match the number of components. So this is their source sampler buffer 2. So they're going to tell me this. And this number 2 I would like it to patient count value. Samplers for. So in GLSL, this is the part I don't know. Oh, can't understand the terms over thing. I know that's a stupid question, but I'll do it. On context question alert. I'm ready. Oh, no, not ready. All right, I lied. I'm not ready. You said you were. Never mind. I'm always open for a out of context question at this point. See the get shader int vector. See how that works. I don't have a problem with that. Set constants from buffer. So the question is, GLSL sampler buffer. Do I have to declare the size? What does it point to again? Blah, blah, blah. Uniform arrays versus sampler buffers. Associating multiple uniform sampler buffers. I'm not worried about that. Sampler buffer example needed. Yeah, the texture sampler. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, GLSL array. Maybe I just need to. Arrays. Basic types can be grouped. Sequences these generically work like generally work like C, C++, there are some limitations. First and foremost is the arrays cannot be multidimensional. That's fine. Arrays usually must be declared with a size which must be initialized with a constant expression. Dang it. Input arrays to geometry, tessellation, do not need a size, nor do output arrays for non-patch outputs. Global variables can be declared without a size, but only if they are later redeclared with a size. But it has to be a constant expression. So I don't think images, array of arrays, don't care. I doubt that a constant expression includes uniform integers. A const quantified variable, not a function parameter. Okay, so maybe I can. A const quantified variable, global and local variables, as well as input function parameters, can be defined with the const qualifier. Oh, the variable declaration must initialize the variable. GLSL, can I use a uniform to declare array size? Somebody's got to know something. Declare uniform array somewhere. How you doing? See, but I want this. I want the size to be passed in. Max uniform locations. But I want a variable in here. I want. Okay, so here's what I want to see. We go to. Nope, wrong. This one. No. This one. Okay. We want the fragment shader. If I have, let's see here, text fee, and this is, let's put this in a scratch buffer so we don't screw anything up. This is our fragment shader. This is not the fragment shader. This is the fragment shader. We get a uniform const int texture count. And we use utext. That's what I want to know. Is this valid? Can a uniform be const? So maybe that's the question I need to ask. Because here, let's see here. Dun, dun, dun. Constant qualifier, constant expression. So here's the arrays. Arrays must be declared with a size which must be initialized with a constant expression. I can't tell yet. Compile time integral. Okay, so it can't be passed in on uniform. I can't. It's impossible. With few exceptions, arrays can be used for variables of all storage qualifier types. Yeah. Compile time integral constant expression. It has to be compile time. Okay. So I guess that answers my question. Oh, I guess I should pop Brave back up. So because of this line here, I compile the shader one time. So I need to declare a maximum number of textures that I'll allow. Shoot. Okay, well. Whew. That is the answer to my question. Sad day. Question about Minimax. Yes. You know what? While preparing to ask questions is usually when I find answers to, or when explaining them to someone else. I have this problem. Um, you know, here's what's going on, and here's why. Oh, I know what's going on. Yeah. It's called rubber duck debugging, where uh, you have a rubber duck. You talk to it. As long as you explain the problem like you would anybody, it just helps you think through the problem out loud and notice the things that you forgot, that you didn't know. Okay, so that is sad. All right, scratch buffer, go away. This helps me. Oh, well. Batch texture. Okay, let's go back to our scratch buffer. There's multiple things I want to send multiples of. So we want to send in multiple textures up to some fixed number due to arrays in GLSL wiring, a constant size at compile time. We need to send multiple quads so vertices, indices, and vertex index UVs. Okay. And the last thing we want is a convenient way to store and reference UVs by name, index, etc. So let's put this into our notes. Planning batch texture quads. Multiple quads. This piece here is trivial. Convenient way to store and reference UVs by something. Probably in the embedded in warehouse. Or in the texture store? All right, I think that's it. So this is our plan. First of all, let's get multiple quads. Then we'll expand it to take multiple textures and multiple quads, where each quad can point in a different texture. And when it comes to the UVs, so I'm going to call this tile, a tile sheet and a sprite sheet. These are going to be very, very similar. but the usage may be slightly different. Or maybe I just name it all one thing and decide from there. My brain is like my beetle. It's hard to start it. Yeah, some days I've got same problem. Okay, so batch texture quads. It's gonna steal part of itself from the color quads, from the batch color quads. It's gonna steal the other part from the text quads. All right, where are we at? I don't think I've done anything except write it to my journal and my to-do list. Okay, nothing to do here. Source. Color quad batch. So we're going to call this one text quad batch. We're going to create text quad batch.cpp. We're going to go to our color quad batch.h and start stealing stuff. We need vertex buffer layout. We need a vertex array. We need index buffer. We need shader store, renderer. Do we need color? I mean, we might as well throw in color, rectangle, and oops, affine. Yep, there we go. Oh, color quad batch. I don't remember what I meant by make this dynamic anymore. But our color quad batch now can translate, rotate, scale, and change color on the fly. So I think we're fine. I'm gonna remove that. Okay. We do have to know how many quads. So that makes sense. We need to pass in a affine parent. We're going to steal this for now. We're also going to do a set quad texture. Quad index texture star texture. We're going to overload it as well with a const char star texture name and a texture index. Comment those out for a second. Render. Okay. Privately, we need to keep track of how many quads are we rendering. Our vertex buffer size, indices, vertices, index buffer, vertex array. Are we dirty? This we may expand. We need our oh, color quad batch has that. Oh dear. Underscore color underscore transform. Okay. Just dead code from before, right? Underscore. Yeah. Oh, that's good. Entries per vertex, vertices per quad, indices per quad, not a problem. We can steal all this. Our static buffers initialized. So we're only gonna ever need one shader for this whole class. Vertex buffer layout's always gonna be the same. Yeah, we steal everything. So that's not private. This is private. Okay, text quad batch.cpp. And we're gonna go to the color quad batch. And I'm gonna just start stealing stuff here. Oh, I know what I meant by make it. I know what I meant. Color quad batch. To make the number of quads dynamic, like in text. We're going to copy that over to text quad batch header as well. But we're not doing that now. That's not our top priority. Okay. So we steal all of that. Easy. We can start by initializing our static buffers. Oh, color quad batch. I'm not sure what these are doing here. Are we using them? I mean, we are as an initial layout. Ooh, kind of don't like it. So, this indice is the indices. This is fine. This all needs to be pre-computed, easy peasy. X, Y, the RGB can all be set. Here. Well, here, let's go down to the bottom. Down to the bottom. We need more than position and color. We also need one texture index. Text quad P position color texture index, and we need UVs. So, oh, texture slot. Workloads for color. I still have that test thing. My layout. Position, color, texture coordinates, slot. Okay. Then when we bind the three textures, we tell them which slots to go into. We tell it what the three integer samplers are. Okay. Let's just copy this real quick into our batch. Text quad batch. Oh. Color squad batch. We don't want this. Okay. This is all fine. Actually, let's just copy the whole thing. Except we're going to change color quad batch to text quad batch. Set quad rectangle. Okay. So some of this is very simple. I'm going to say x is 0, 0, 0 width, 0 height. Okay, so we declare our indices. We declare our vertices. Now, entries per vertex is going to be a bit different. X, Y, RGBA. So this is X, Y. I know there's a way to do this with structs that is probably much more convenient. RGB, red, green, blue. Oh. Oh, no. Those were just numbers. This is my index buffer. So we're pointing to the different elements of the quad within the vertices. Okay. Quad offset. Recalculate. There's the XY RGBA. So we have to decide on our layout here. So I like XY texture, XY UV texture index color. So we have our XY. Get our UV here, text quad dot CP. So we're doing position, UV coordinate, texture, slot, and then color. Which means our buffer actually contains 2, 4, 5, 9. Text quad. Entries per vertex. 9. 2 for position. 2 for XY. 2 for UV. 1 for texture index. 4 for color. 2, 4, 5, 9. Okay. Quad triangle. Nothing changes. Okay. Text quad batch. Color shader is going to be the start with this one. Even though it doesn't, this is not what we're going to use. We're going to use a batch text. So, position UV texture color. UV key for texture, I guess. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect. The UVs hex quad. We set the UVs by default to something. X, Y, X, Y, X, Y. Oh, here's the UVs. Texture slot 4. Oh, yeah. Okay. Indices, probably good. Need to set up the UVs. X, Y, RGBA. So actually this information is now basically useless. Oh, not so stupid question. How bad RAM recursive algorithm can be a RAM problem? Yes, recursive function calls can run you out of stack, and it's not hard to do. The most important thing when you're defining a recursive call is to know what your stop conditions are and declare those upfront early and often. So if you're doing like a Fibonacci, you should definitely first thing in your function say if it's equal to 0 or 1, return 1, or same with factorial or whatever you're doing. Just to prevent recursion from going forever somewhere and blowing your stack. If you're doing like a tree walk, again, the first thing you check is this a leaf node or is this a null pointer? I don't know, whichever way you implement it. So yeah, declaring your termination conditions, super important. Now, even with that, if your tree is big enough, it can definitely still blow your stack. But on modern computers, you have quite a lot of memory to work with, so you may not run into it even with fairly large data sets, unless if you're doing min-max, you can absolutely blow the stack. Although with tic-tac-toe you won't. Something like Connect 4, checkers, chess, those would. Squad. XY UV texture U UV texture slot. This looks brute. Yeah. Yep. That's one of the reasons the computers had a hard time beating humans for Deep Blue. It actually had to have special hardware that had built-in circuits and chips to offload some of that load. So actually had dedicated hardware just to analyze the board state. Somewhere, somewhere, and somewhere, except that we need the UVs to look like this. 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0. Okay, so that's our initialization. I mean, we can make this appear in a fixed location. I don't really care. 400, sure. Width, 100 pixels squared. The main thing is, and this is only the XY coordinates that this will fiddle with. But by default, it's going to take one texture to all of that. Okay. And we haven't written the new shader for that batch texture. Set the quad corners. This is all going to be the same. Set the quad rectangle, all the same. Set the quad texture. Okay. Yep, those are going to have to... What do we have in text quad for set texture? Here it is. We're just going to steal this for now. Therefore, we need this. We need this. Now this is going to be a collection of textures in a bit, but for now it's just going to be one texture. And multiple quads. Then we'll make it multiple texture, multiple quads. And then we'll make it multiple texture, multiple quads with decent handling for UV mapping the textures. It's going to be a riot. It's going to be wild times. Maybe I could show and ask tips in Discord. Yep, you can show some code in Discord. So if you're evaluating like board states, one thing you might want to look out for is just maximum recursion depth. Just be like hard code it, say, hey, anything greater than 3, stop and return my evaluation. But now let's take a look at what you're looking at. I might not look at the Discord too closely while I'm streaming, but definitely afterwards. X quad batch. Text. Set quad color. So this RGB A is not going to work for us. We need this RGBA. And that's the same. Render. Okay, UMVP, we bind our texture. Oh, this is not the same. Get text pod up here. We are not going to worry about that just yet. Bind our texture, bind our thing. Bind and render. So basically, that all goes away. Test batch thing, yes. All I really want is this note for my future use. From active projects. OpenGL01. Test batch texture CVP. Shaders test what did I call it? Batch X F and B. Vertex. Okay, so now if I ever want to find this again, I can. Okay, so we should add this to our make file. Files that tools. All right. Anywhere text quad batch. Oops. Okay. Batch. 1, 2, 3. All right. Let's just see what text quad batch complains about. Okay, good to know. Texture, obviously. Texture, blah blah blah. It's not direct. It's not a direct base. Okay, we should do that. Public. Let's see how much that fixes. Like minimax, int depth, int call, int current board. You said, is this tic-tac-toe? Tic-tac-toe. Current board, if call greater than depth, return 0. Yep. And then recursion call +1. Okay. Texture store has not been declared. Well, we should get that. The recursive call +1. I don't know what the difference is between depth and call from just that little comment. Let's see. Is there a... texture shader? It's not. Oh, I suppose that could be true. If we go to text quad.h, what do I call it? Texture shader. Text quad batch. See what it does. I don't know, in my mind it made some sense. Yeah. So usually I just use the word depth for how far into the recursion are we. Try to write my code in English because it's a pattern independent from where or why. Yeah. I mean, not gonna lie, a lot of code is written in English, and if it wasn't, like, it would be so much more fragmented. Like, you know, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you want to look at it, you can pick up code from people written by in India and from Brazil and think have that as a member method. And while all our English sucks in different ways, it's closer than anything else you do. Like, you'd have to go learn how to speak, you know, Hindi or something, or yeah. So the fact that English is the language, lucky for me, I guess. The only code I write in Portuguese is in college. Yep, because the anti-government protector teachers has comments explaining what it's passing by my. Yes. Yep. That's they do love their comments. I have a GitHub repo here. DFS, so depth first search. Main. Let's see. Stack. Yep, I'm gonna have a harder time understanding. Like, I speak Spanish, but it's been so long that I'm not sure that I can get the Portuguese very well. I know, like, some of these words are. Some of them I can guess at. items capacity. Okay. Yeah, I might have to give a look to this. Okay. That compile. Found error. Cool. So if we run, we're not actually using it anywhere. So it shouldn't make any difference to anything that's running. Except I broke everything. Color quad batch git restore color quad batch. We didn't make any meaningful changes to that. So the only thing I do want is the text quad batch. This message to be in the color quad batch header. Okay. Oops. Git restore is the magic words. Sometimes my problem with Git isn't that it is very powerful, but none of the words are very intuitive. So if you want to do a particular action, I mean, you almost always just have to guess what the right word is or Google it. So my most useful workflows, I've memorized the commands, but other times I'm like, okay, I need to cherry pick something from this branch, I need to put it on this branch, I need to squash the commits, and I'm like, I don't remember all the words for that and what order to put them in. So Git's just complicated. Like they could have picked a much more coherent command structure and vocabulary, but they didn't. So here we are. Okay, everything seems to be working. Cheat. And yes. You do have to be careful with restore. You have to mean it. If you make that, it'll lose your local changes, and there's no way to get those back. So if you want to test removing something, git stash takes the local changes, puts them somewhere safe off to the side, and removes them from your current editing. And then you can do stash pop or whatever to get your changes back. But I knew I didn't do anything useful there, so. Okay, so text quad batch exists, and it's in the compile, and it compiles. We should get status. Now let's add it to the journal. Text quad batch is stubbed in with a Frankenstein of color quad batch and text quad. It compiles untested. Git add everything. Commit text quad batch stubbed in untested. Okay. Now I have two things I'd like to do. High scores and sandbox. scores, sandbox. And instead of about, we need a high score scene and a sandbox scene. So we're going to open about scene. We're going to rename file and buffer. We're going to rename this to, oh, no, we don't want to do that yet. Do we? Yeah, we do. Rename file and a buffer to sandbox scene. About sandbox. Sandbox, sandbox, sandbox. Rename file and buffer. Sandbox scene.hpp. There we go. So, about scene, name file and buffer, sandbox scene, place all of that. Now, we have a sandbox scene. We need an about scene and a high score scene. So we're going to come over here. Oops. Sandbox scene about scene.hpp. No. All we're going to do is copy everything. We don't need anything here. I think I need a camera and a button. We aren't doing sounds, colors, animations. All of that goes away. This is our info to show, so that's going to stay. This sandbox does not need this info because it is not the about screen anymore. Sandbox about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Not seeing CPP. Sandbox scene. Copy everything. Scene is fine. The button back is fine. All of that goes away. Camera. The clear color is going to be 0. We're not testing any of this stuff. Oh, yeah, that's fine. That's going to be a problem. Clear color. On update. I don't think we need to do anything in update. Render. Got the button. Now we just change sandbox to about. Boom. Done. We don't have empty scene. Set clear color. Can just be black by default. Let's copy a little bit out of setting scene. Do layout. We're gonna grab these and the button. Back button. X3. That's where that went. So I need the 1/2 screen. Big button width 2. I guess the center X. Do layout. Oh, that's not gonna work. For multiple reasons. All right, about scene. Do layout. About scene goes into the renderer. Scene manager shows the run declaration matches. Do layout. Oh, that's because that's the only special case. Oh. Okay, so about should just work. In scene manager, we can comment out those others. See what's going. So if we go to about now, it's just a black screen, nothing in it. Boom, nice. Okay. High scores dot. No. Copy this. About becomes high scores. Oop. Okay. High scores.cpp. About scene. Then we'll go to scene manager. HTTP. We need about. We need high scores. We need our sandbox. High scores and sandbox should not be the same. Okay. So now these can come into being.
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to count.
Make file. We need to make some things here. About scene. About with 5 scores. 1, 2, 3. About with and 1, 2, 3. Compiled. Build it all. Oh dear. Rename file and buffer. High scores scene. Rename file and buffer. High scores scene. That's not right. Compile everything. And if that works, the last piece is to put a couple of buttons in our main menu. Undefined reference to high scores scene, high scores scene. Oh, interesting. It's right here.
That's right.
Scene manager dot o.
You're working live there? You're live?
Just do it clean.
A lighter?
Build everything from scratch. Yes, I'm gonna stop putting all my test code into the about scene. I guess.
It goes in the highlighter. Oh, wait, can't. There we go. Let's look them up.
Let's see. Are we on time? I've still got time. Still got time. I do kind of want to test two things in my sandbox. What? Scene manager update. Undefined reference to high scores scene and sandbox scene. Curious. There's my constructor. I know exactly what happened. Thank you. About scene. We need to put it in the list of objects after we build the object. That's might won't link. Right. Okay. Easy enough. So one thing I want to do is check down if not defined, no debug. And if okay, then we don't ever want the sandbox to accidentally go out, so it's one. Main menu. About button m underscore button high scores and button sandbox. Okay. Sandbox. Now, wherever the about is, high scores, scores, button sandbox. Okay. About high scores and sandbox. Here is the about. So we can straight up copy that for high scores. Just a moment. Okay, and we're back. Here we go. About high scores. Okay. If we've done our job right, we should have buttons for all of the new scenes. No, that's awkward. If and def. Go. Yeah, it's never gonna compile once that one's toast. Oof, okay. I just, okay. So my main issue is I probably have a whole bunch of these. If and def. Oh, only one more? Maybe we're closer. Unbelievable. Same manager has the same issue. Main menu scene, of course. No matching function call. That doesn't make any sense to me. Oh, Thomas. For explaining the problem simply and succinctly, Sir Compiler. Okay. Now, we should have more buttons. About, high scores, and sandbox. Sandbox is full of all the junk we've already built. I think we're all in. Okay. Okay, so let's go to our sandbox. Let's save our work. Git status. Git add everything. Git added high scores and sandbox scenes. Copied. Testing from about to sandbox. Just a nice bit of housekeeping. Sandbox scene. I would like to testing. All right, on render. This is for testing animations. The button is the last thing to render. The quad is the Affine testing. Sandbox scene. Does it deserve full do layout treatment? Does it? Testing. testing. Okay, on update. So this is the Affine testing. Animation testing. Set start sound. Okay, so this is all still animation stuff. Left bracket animation. Tab. Changes animation things. Moving the square. So much animation testing. Animation update. There we go. So these can all go away. Number keys as piano notes. Up, down. Oh, I really don't want to do that. Do I want to do that? Numbers, numbers, numbers. Good. Okay. Think we have a couple of different chunks we can put back in if we need to, but now we have a nice clean test case to work in. Sandbox. It's blue and there's nothing in it. The only thing is the up and down arrow keys. Okay, so we want to test two things. First thing, sandbox scene. Have an int spin box. Let's make one int spin box. Spin box. Um, Okay. Make sure that's still running. Okay. Dash dash and then dash dash no edit. That's fine. Okay. Now, what we need is to set up. Well, I want to pause for a brief restroom break. Now, what we want to do is add our spin box somewhere. Underscore spin box set rectangle. We're going to set it to renderer width divided by 2. Renderer height divided by 2. Plus, let's see, our width is going to be, I don't know, 100 pixels. So 50 or minus 50. Minus 40. Minus 20. They're going to be 100 pixels wide and 40 pixels tall. No, we're not even going to do that. We can set it to the center. Because what matters is we're also going to do spinbox.set center, and we're going to set that at 50, 20. Then Set scale. Scale 2. Let's make it twice as big. And rotate 2. And we want a 45-degree angle, which is pi over 4. Pi is 180. Pi over 2. Pi over 4. It's 3.14159, 265, 358, 979, 323 divided by 4. So spin box update. M_underscore spinbox dot render. Okay. If I've done everything right, then it should properly register my clicks and my mouse movements and my hovers with the spin box. Rotated at a 45-degree angle, centered on the center of the screen. And scaled up double. So it should be 200 pixels wide, 80 pixels high, and rotated 45. It is one thing I would like to verify. Probably should remove sandbox code from my code count, my lines of code count. Now that I have a sandbox properly separated, probably should. I should also do a, hey, look, there it is. So if we hover, oh, that's nice. Even with that 45-degree angle in, it is accurate. Oh yeah, the cursor is off by like tiny amount. Otherwise, that works. So all of the contain, all of the Affine transforms, parent-child relationships, it just works. Nice. So I'm going to move this spin box in here. Okay. So that's a nice little test. Status add added test for Affine with child elements as a and int spin box. There we go. Okay, cool. Oh. Now the part that we're all dreading. Batch. X quad batch. X quad batch. X quads. Okay, so m underscore text quads. Text quads. There are a lot of things that can happen with this. Similar issue with the batch color quads, where if we set a quad's points, it does not necessarily change the rectangle. So that's a thing to look for. We should add that note to the journal. X quad batch and color quad batch should update fine rectangle if needed when setting quad points. Something to keep in mind. Next quad set. Oh, this is an interesting one. Set color quads is tested by the current button implementation. This one will be a little different. Underscore text quads dot set. Text quad batch dot thing set quad rectangle 0. We're gonna put it at 10, 10. We'll make it 100 by 100. Let's go with 120. 120. Make the next one 50. We need different sizes to test against. So 120 plus 50 is 70. So I'll go to 80, 180, 180. I'll make this one 200 and 200. And number 3, 180 plus 200 is 380, so 390. 390. Let's go up to 25, I guess. Make it even smaller. 25. Okay. Image score text quads dot set quad texture. And if I set one, it sets them all, so it's fine. And we're gonna take the do.png. Set quad color, that is something I meant to do. RGB. So basically we're making it always white to start with by default. For reasons. We'll get into that later. Set quad texture. Yeah, this needs to be expanded, but it's fine. Last problem. Is it a problem? What if I just don't declare that we're doing colors? Might just work. So we set 4 of our quads. We set our quad texture. And then we just need to render it. Where the render is. There we are. Type the word include. Go to sandbox. And hey, we do indeed have 4 different sized quads, all rendering the same texture. They're all rotated by 90 degrees. But that's not bad. So here's one question. In text quad, we set up our UVs. Zero, 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 1, 1, 0. Quad, text, quad, batch. So UV 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0. So those are all correct. Are the vertices, are the index counts in the same order? Indices 0, 1, 2, 2, 3, 0. We're so close. Now I could just change the UV. It's not even that upsetting. We just need to rotate them. This would become 0, 1. This would become 1, 1. This one would become 1, 0. And this one will become 0, 0. Wrong way. Other way around. So instead of this one should be 0, 0. This one is 0, 1. This one is 1, 1. This one is 1, 0. Sandbox. Okay, we've tried only one more rotation left to do. Oh, okay, so if this one is 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0. All right, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0. We're gonna get it. This is a simple rotation. There's only so many possible combinations. Part of me would like to know, though. Oh, let's put it back the way it was. 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0. Set quad corners. Set quad rectangle. We are not negating the y's. That can all be refactored, obviously, but we won't do that right now. Oh. Wow. Isn't that interesting? Oh. Inverted our y. And then we... What else am I doing this? Let's go to, not colored quad. I now suspect the colored quad has some issues with its order of points here. But we'll look at that in a minute. No, it's right, flipped, X, Y.
No, it's the daddy long leg.
Let's see. It's rotated by 90.
They have longer legs.
This may be one of the strangest. Zero Y1. So, what about a color? Well, it's RY. This is an isomorphic set of instructions, so it shouldn't be any different. Still rotated. And flipped. Okay. So if we rotated, we're gonna go 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0. And then it's gonna be vertically mirrored for reasons I don't yet understand. But color quad and batch color quad might want to get revisited. Okay, so now that's mirrored vertically. So all we do is flip the, if it's 1, it's 0. If it's 0, it's flip the V. Okay, now all the images are right side up and showing where they need to. It's not my favorite. Because that UV, take a look at that UV ordering. UV 00101101. Well, probably good enough, I guess. Good enough for today's work. Status, get journal. Text quad batch in sandbox. Sandbox. And 5 scores scenes. Sandbox contains testing code from old about draws draws icons in different sizes. Still work to be done. New shader. UV and try ordering with respect to color quad, text quad, and color quad batch. Theme needs better handling of its rectangle with text quad batch and color quad batch. Anything else? Text quad batch. It's better. Needs dirty flags. I think that's it. Honestly, it's all showing up on the screen, and it's mostly working. So, call that a success. Open items still to be done. Let's add it. Git add everything. Commit text quad batch in sandbox drawing multiple quads with the same image. Work still to be done in journal. Boom, there we go. All right, not a bad day's work. Not quite as far as I'd like, but honestly, we're doing okay. All right, and I got to get going. If I go too long, this file's going to be huge. So, thanks for coming. Thanks for joining. Hopefully it was educational, and I'll see you next time.